My name is Nick Vanuriaki, and I'm one of the owners of Penelope's Coffee and Tea. We've been in Foster City for about 6 years now. Our business provides coffee and breakfast for the Foster City community.
Hello, my name is Anwar Halte. I'm here a partner in Waterfront Pizza. We have been in business for 30 years, serving delicious Mediterranean food. And every year I feel like we're a big family that keeps growing and growing, and people who come every day, they become family members.
My name is Michael Turner. Our business is Edgewater Marine LLC, and we've been operating in Foster City for about 7 years. Edgewater Marine is the Northern California electric boat dealer for Duffy Electric Boats. We sell, service, and rent boats in Foster City. Foster City has been a great place to work, great place to live, great recreational areas. There's no place like it.
It's actually going to help tremendously. It's going to help us with payroll, with rent, with utilities. It's definitely going to help.
We're very thankful for the grant that we got from Foster City, which is going to help us pay for utilities, employees, and give us a push to overcome this difficult time.
The grant has allowed me to bring all my employees back to work already. It was a big help, and it'll allow us to continue to operate and continue to provide services to Foster City residents and the people in the area.
We're here for you, Foster City.
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 And remember, Foster City, we're always here for you.
My name is Nick Fanuriaki, and I'm one of the owners of Penelope's Coffee and Tea. We've been in Foster City for about 6 years now. Our business provides coffee and breakfast for the Foster City community.
Hello, my name is Anwar Halte. I'm here a partner in Waterfront Pizza. We have been in business for 30 years, serving delicious Mediterranean food. And every year I feel like we're a big family that keeps growing and growing, and the people who come every day, they become family members.
My name is Michael Turner. Our business is Edgewater Marine LLC, and we've been operating in Foster City for about 7 years. Edgewater Marine is the Northern California electric boat dealer for Duffy Electric Boats. We sell, service, and rent boats in Foster City. Foster City has been a great place to work, great place to live, great recreational areas. There's no place like it.
It's actually going to help tremendously. It's going to help us with payroll, with rent, with utilities. It's definitely going to help.
We're very thankful for the grant that we got from Foster City, which is going to help us pay for utilities, employees, and give us a push to overcome this difficult time.
The grant has allowed me to bring all my employees back to work already. It was a big help, and will allow us to continue to operate and continue to provide services to Foster City residents and the people in the area.
We're here for you, Foster City.
We're here for you, Foster City.
We are here for you, Foster City.
We're here for you, Foster City.
And remember, Foster City, we're always here for you.
One minute. Thirty seconds.
Recording in progress.
Ten seconds. Welcome to the City of Foster City Estero Municipal Improvement District regular meeting of Monday, April 18th, 2022, 6:30 p.m. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953 as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. Public comments will be accepted both in person and via Zoom. Any emails sent to publiccomment@fostercity.org have been provided to the City Council prior to the meeting.
Thank you, Elena. Welcome, everyone. I call the meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Council members ex officio EMID directors John Fruman.
Here.
Sanjay Gahani.
Here.
Sam Hindi.
Here.
Patrick Sullivan.
Here.
And Mayor President Richa Awasthi.
I'm here. Next item.
Item 4, special presentations. 4.1, a proclamation recognizing April 2022 as Arab American Heritage Month.
Thank you, Elena, and I would like to request Councilmember Hindi to read this proclamation for us today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It gives me great honor and privilege to read the proclamation of the City of Foster City recognizing April 2022 as Arab American Heritage Month. Whereas Arab American Heritage Month is a nationwide celebration and observance that honors the achievements of Arab American and recognizes their significant cultural and economic contribution. And whereas, since the early days of our country's inception, Arab Americans have been making valuable contributions to virtually every aspect of American society in medicine, law, business, education, technology, government, military service, and culture. And whereas, since migrating to America, men and women of Arab descent have shared their rich culture and traditions with neighbors and friends. And whereas they brought with them to America their resilient family values, strong work and diligent ethic, dedication to education, and diversity in faith and creed that have added strength to our great democracy. And whereas Arab Americans have also enriched our society by sharing in their entrepreneurial American spirit that makes our nation free and prosperous. And whereas Arab Americans join all Americans in the desire to see a peaceful and diverse society where every individual is treated equally and feels safe. Whereas Arab American issues such as civil rights abuse, harmful stereotyping, bullying, prejudice, and discrimination must be addressed through education and awareness. And whereas the incredible contribution and heritage of Arab Americans have helped build a better nation, state, and city, and have consistently contributed to our quality of life, economy, and vitality. Now, therefore, I, Sam Hindi, council member of the city of Foster City, on behalf of Rich Awasi, mayor of the city of Foster City, on behalf of the city of Foster City, do hereby recognize April 2022 as Arab American Heritage Month and encourage citizens to celebrate the diversity and history of Arab American communities. Thank you, Madam Mayor. What a great honor to see this day in Foster City, and we got the lead this year from our president, Mr. Joe Biden, who also proclaimed April as Arab American Heritage Month. So thank you. With us, member of our community, and I think receiving on behalf of the community is Mr. Salah Al-Bakri. Mr. Bakri, would you like to come up and say a few words? And anyone else also welcome to come join you at the podium if they would like to. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Thank you, City of Foster City. There's many faces here that I recognize, and we have met together in our center. I speak on behalf of the Muslim community, the Arab community of the peninsula. As you know, Arabs are a nation, but they come from with different religious traditions. Here in the place, I would like to recognize one of the institutions of Foster City, the restaurant of our Waterfront Pizza, which is really an institution, has been running and has been entertaining guests for the longest time. He's also an Arab of a Christian origin, a neighbor, and a person we really love. When I think of the Arabs and the Arab contribution, and I'm really grateful that this country has finally come to terms of the contributions of the Arabs. But I really think that a little bit of highlighting wouldn't hurt. I wonder how did the Arabs help us in our daily life today? How did their civilization, whether the Islamic civilization or precedent civilizations, helped us? Why don't we look at your car? It runs in an engine. The concepts for the engine was a creation of the Arabs of North Iraq under the Seljuki Empire, the one that preceded the Ottoman Empire, where they needed to generate energy from water. So they started the first piston or cylinder engine, and it ran first on 3, then 6, then 12 to 18 cylinders. And the idea was borrowed, but this time instead of using water, with the Industrial Revolution, we used fuel, and hence your car is running. Your car is running because the math to calculate the centrifugal force and the engines, all that math was derived from the algebraic equations that the Arabs have introduced to the world, a whole entire science. Your car runs because the chemistry that is inside, how to put the metals together and how to extract them and which shades, is done based on a science that the Arabs have introduced, the science of chemistry, which still carries the same Arabic word. The first table of periodicals that our kids learn in schools was discovered in the hallways of Iraq. If you happen to have attended a university, you have really attended a place that was started, an institution by the Arabs in Morocco. The city of Qayraween was started by two ladies who fasted for 2 years, worshiping and telling their relatives and friends that we will not stop our worship till we start the first higher education institution. That university was started exactly 1,000 years ago, 300 years before Oxford. Of course, that idea was spread to Spain. We can go on and on to every aspect of our lives. If you happen to deal with investments, if you have a venture capital, that's an Arabic Muslim concept to substitute the idea of banks partnering with your profits, whether by charging you interest, whether you lose or win. While the more socially responsible one is venture capitalism. If you have ever opened a trust, well, you have used an institution that was discussed and created by the Muslims, whether a charitable trust or a family trust. That concept of something that's not living, that becomes treated by law as a person, that's another contribution that we did. If you happen to go to a criminal court and be judged by 12 of your peers, you just have lived the experience and the model of laws that were developed in North Africa by the Maliki faith. The idea of that 12 men or women cannot get together and get it wrong in terms of criminally charging somebody or not. The concept of jury. If you've ever wondered why God takes kids at an early age, or bring kids who are blind or deaf, and went to the church to ask for a question, more likely you will get an answer that was written 1,000 years ago by Al-Ghazali, who happens to has influenced so much the theology in the Catholic Church that he has a whole statue for him amongst all the other saints in Milan. If you have ever gone and just as we walked here, we just gave an allegiance to this flag, a flag that would not have been rising right now without the contribution of Arabs. In 1492, Spain has fell apart, the Andalusia, the place of science and knowledge and universities, to the Isabel and Ferdinand, who commissioned a gentleman from Italy to come and discover India, instead discovered here. That person had most of his laborers on the ship, because those are the people who knew how to navigate the seas were the Arabs. And hence, the first houses of worship that were established throughout southern Latin America, including the United States, the first colony in Jacksonville in Florida has the reminiscence of the first mosques built by those people who were on the first ship that discovered this. But more importantly, when we pledging allegiance to the flag, let us not forget that the idea behind this beautiful place where we trust and yet don't trust so much the government, those concepts of democracy and diversities were first established in Spain, and in Andalusia, in the Arab kingdoms. And that love and that discovery carried on with all the founders of this country, and they had very long conversations with the kings of Morocco. And of course, that conversation in these colonies with these people who wanted to seek their freedom and were named terrorists at the time by the British, when they declared independence, who was the first country to recognize them? It was none other than an Arab country. It was Morocco. Morocco is the first country. Not only did Morocco recognize the United States as the first country, as a colony, independent, as an independent state, and sent the first ambassador to land on the land. Of course, we had we didn't have Washington, D.C. We had colonies at the time. We sent an ambassador, and they went ahead and with all their might in West Africa and Southern Europe, convinced so many other nations to recognize us here as an independent nation. With all of that, I say, on behalf of all of that, on behalf of the people of Yassine Foundation, and behalf of all other nonprofit organizations, of which I sit on one of them, I say thank you for recognizing what's so obvious. May God continue to bless you. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Bakri, would you like to receive the proclamation and then perhaps a picture?
Yes, I think we can get a picture with our constituents here. Sanjay, come on. We still love you, man. Did you ever lie? Thank you. Bless you. Let's get some pictures here. Thank you. You don't recognize what's there. Yeah, so continuing education here. Thank you. Bless you. But thank you. Madam. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
God bless you. I know. Thank you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here. Let's move on to the next item.
Item 4.2, presentation from One Shoreline, San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District.
Anyone who wants to? Yeah, I think we need to take public comments.
Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom.
So I have a speaker slip, but it's not clear to me for which item.
Oh, that's for public, Mayor, sorry.
Okay, so I will wait for it. Okay. I do not have any other speaker slips. Rob, do you see any raised hands?
No, I don't see any raised hands.
Mr. Okamoto, would you like to speak now? Okay, thank you. Supervisor Pine, thanks for your understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Awasti. My name is Steve Okamoto. I am the chairman of our sister city association. We have a relationship with a city in Japan called Inagi City. And I just want to spend a few minutes to bring the council, staff, and to our residents up to date on what the association has been doing the past several months.
If I may, Mayor, this is, I think, for general public comment. We were on, that's the next item, but you can go out of order if you'd like, just to have him continue.
The comments were requested for special presentations, if you don't mind waiting.
Sorry. I thought it was just for things that were on the agenda.
So in the next item, it's just one presentation and then you'll get the chance. Thanks for your understanding and sorry about the confusion. Supervisor Pine, thank you. Thanks, Ben.
All right. Good evening, council members. My name's Dave Pine, and I'm a member of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. But I'm really here today in my capacity as the board chair of One Shoreline, which also is known as the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. So I'm joined this evening by Len Matterman, our CEO, and he will be making remarks as well. So our purpose tonight was to bring you up to date on our work and address any questions you might have. So let's move that forward. Am I pressing the right place? Okay. So sea level rise is happening now, and it's going to accelerate at an incredibly rapid rate. Unfortunately, we have put an incredible amount of carbon into the atmosphere, and one of the severe consequences for San Mateo County will be the rise of the bay and on the Pacific coast as well. San Mateo County has the unique position as being the most exposed county in the state to sea level rise, and there's been numerous studies, as shown here on the in the PowerPoint, that show that our population and our homes, previous trash and contaminated sites are all subject to future sea level rise. You know, one number that particularly jumps out at me is we did a sea level rise vulnerability and assessment back in March of 2018, and it showed that $34 billion of property up and down the bayshore is at risk. So it's a very real issue, and one that we have to address. So when we think about it, it's really the type of issue that doesn't know any jurisdictional boundaries. If you drive on Highway 101, you'll be exposed. You know, all our sanitation systems, you know, they're based on the bayshore. Our water system, our electric system, basically anything to the east of the Caltrain tracks is very much vulnerable to sea level rise. And that's really because of our historic development patterns that build to the edge of the bay, and in many cases, you know, into the bay with bay fill. And we're starting to see sea level rise today. The bay has risen by about 9 inches since 1900, and is accelerating much more quickly. There's a phenomenon called king tides, when certain astronomical configurations occur that make for a higher tide. And these pictures here show a king tide at Oyster Point and in the San Bruno area. So to address this issue, we went ahead and we did something really unique in the state. We formed the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. And this was put together by state legislation carried by Kevin Mullen. And what we did is we converted a previous flood control district that was operated by the county into a much broader enterprise that covers not only flooding but also sea level rise. And it also changed the governance of the district from being governed by the Board of Supervisors to being governed by a combination of council members, 5 council members, and two supervisors. So this slide shows some of the projects that we have underway or are contemplating, and Len can talk about some of these in more detail. But the primary objectives of the district are to really develop expertise in the staff, really work across jurisdictional lines, position the county to obtain funding for these projects from state and federal resources. As mentioned on the slide, you know, our sweet spot is we're looking for projects that are large enough to address a connected problem, but they're a project that we can still get our hands around. So as you can see on the slide, we have a variety of those types of projects. So with that, let me turn the floor over, if I may, to Len Matterman, who can pick it up from here.
All right, good evening. Good to see you all. And I also wanted to introduce one of Foster City's very own. Our finance manager at the district is Lucy Dong. Lives here in Foster City and has been a great addition to our team over the last 2 years. So thank you, Supervisor Pine, for that introduction to the district. I'll talk a bit about One Shoreline's priorities for the next 2 years and then drill down into a couple projects. So among our priorities is finishing our first construction project. Even though One Shoreline was established in January 1 of 2020, we inherited a project that was in planning and design for 9 years. And kind of as a proof of concept of one agency taking a multi-jurisdictional approach, this is a small project that involved Redwood City, Menlo Park, Atherton, and San Mateo County. and it really had a hard time getting off the ground. And so we took over the project. We completed the CEQA documents and the permits and the funding agreements and the land rights and started construction in 2021, and it's just wrapping up right now. So that was a really high priority for us, and it addresses a very frequent flooding issue for mobile home parks down in Redwood City and the county area between Marsh and Seaport Boulevard. Another priority of ours is advancing multi-jurisdictional projects, and I'll talk about a couple of those, as well as projects in the flood zones that we inherited from San Mateo County when we were established. And then working with cities and developers on the key city planning documents, including general plans, specific plans, and zoning ordinances. I'll mention a little bit about that in a minute. Also to have project financing reflect project benefits and environmental permits match this moment. So what do I mean by that? Financing, resilience has many benefits for the public sector and the private sector and for their investors. That includes reduced uncertainty, reduced operational costs, reduced insurance premiums, reduced requirements related to insurance, and increases to land value, bond ratings, environmental social government ratings, and the project lifespans. So there are these benefits, and what we're working on with investor communities is capturing some of those values and translating that into project financing. In terms of permits, today's resilience projects are being evaluated based on criteria that was developed literally 50 years ago in the early 1970s, when the environment was static and not dynamic, and we need the permitting regime to reflect the fact that our climate is changing, and it does not. We need the permitting regime to reflect the fact that resilience projects have a societal benefit, that we aren't private developers. We're building resilience projects for decades to come. So we're working on that with our friends in the state. Another priority is to develop a source of long-term funding to build resilience to climate risks across jurisdictions. And so, as many of you know or have heard, the County of San Mateo and One Shoreline have been working together on developing potential for a parcel tax that's countywide. And it would address water issues, as it says on the slide, related to sea level rise, flooding, stormwater, water quality, drought, wildfire issues, through forest management and vegetation management, alerts and evacuations, planning and public education, and emergency evacuation centers. So this has not been decided yet that it's going to go on the ballot, but there has been some polling done and focus groups done in that regard. And the polling is very positive, including for Foster City residents, where the polling indicates that about 2/3 support the proactive steps towards climate resilience that could be proposed by the county. We all know that the climate threat doesn't respect jurisdictional lines, and that building resilience is costly, and that it takes years to do. And that these efforts at resilience should connect neighboring communities and leverage the resources and the needs of housing and transportation sectors, as well as utilities and companies. And jurisdictions in this county have a long history of working together. And the idea of all of us kind of moving together in the same way on an aligned goal is something that really is needed to meet this challenge that Supervisor Pine just articulated. So we believe now is the time to plan, design, permit, build these kinds of climate resilience projects before the public and private sector decide to fend for themselves with a misaligned patchwork of resilience projects that must then be retrofitted. So now's the time to get everybody on the same page. What building long-term resilience looks like, I'll use Burlingame as an example. Burlingame has 3 key ingredients to building resilience. One is city leadership that decided to take advantage of a new zoning ordinance, citywide zoning ordinance, to include long-term adaptation. And so their zoning ordinance is the first in the Bay Area to take into account sea level rise and make requirements on new developments. Also, they had opportunities because there were major new developments along the waterfront, whether it's creeks or the bay shoreline. And then coupled on that, with that, there's a regional project that One Shoreline is leading to analyze and guide those solutions for Burlingame, but also for neighboring Millbrae and connected into the work of San Francisco International Airport. So there's a kind of a triad of opportunity here where there's opportunities to upgrade and update their zoning ordinance, citywide zoning ordinance, as well as working on their general plan, along with major new developments and a regional project to kind of create the envelope for those new developments. Foster City, of course, is not in the current floodplain, and that will remain for a while because residents in 2018 understood the value of protecting emergency services and city services and avoiding flood insurance. And so, as you know, Foster City residents passed Measure P only 4 years ago, and it was for those purposes. And so this project, of course, is under construction now. And one of our tasks then is to figure out how this project is connected to the northwest and the southeast, in Redwood Shores to the southeast, and to the city of San Mateo just to the north. And so I'll mention to the southeast, Redwood Shores is facing a similar question that Foster City faced about 5 years ago or more, and that is that FEMA has notified the jurisdictions that their levee is not certified, that they would be put into the floodplain should they not choose to raise and upgrade their protection. They received the same letter in 2010, and they did a project in 2011, and now they're receiving the letter again. And so the city of Redwood City, the city of San Carlos, and the city of Belmont, as well as the county, because it has the airport, San Carlos Airport, they've come together and asked One Shoreline to do this multi-jurisdictional project. And we will. And we will do it in a way that another letter won't come in the next 5 to 10 years to the municipalities again to say, you know, you need to continue working on it. So this is what Redwood Shores looks like. The areas, it's hard to see maybe, there are 2 areas of red dashed lines. Those are in the Belmont area near Highway 101, and I can't use the pointer because then you all can't see it, but it's in kind of the upper right corner. Yeah, that's the red dash line levee, and then in the upper right corner for Redwood Shores is another dash line. So those are the areas we see as opportunities to maybe make some changes to where the levee is aligned. The one that I want to focus on just briefly is the one closer to Highway 101, where there are opportunities to increase the amount of property that's protected by the new levee system, and hopefully to connect it in somewhere to Foster City. So part of our evaluation would be what does that look like, and what are the costs and benefits for Redwood Shores? The city of Belmont is right there, as well as the city of Foster City. So with that, we are very happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate you both being here and for this presentation. I mean, I remember, I think I requested more than 5 months ago or longer, but you know, everyone is busy, and I don't know what underwent behind the scenes, but it's great to have you here. So I will open up for my colleagues to ask questions, but before I do that, it's my understanding that staff had sent some questions that are kind of relevant to Foster City. Just wanted to make sure if you received them, and I think one of the requests was to tailor the presentation based on the questions, like unique specific questions from Foster City, and that was a collection of questions from all of us.
Mayor, if I may, so staff did meet with One Shoreline in preparation for tonight's presentation, and we did share some of the questions that that council has raised before.
Okay, so I guess we'll be asking the same questions. I have the list of questions in front because they are not addressed in the presentation. So I will see if my colleagues have any questions. Councilmember Ghahani.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. I think we have similar questions. I have similar questions or concerns that Supervisor Pine and I spoke about in 2019. And that is, will Foster City be given credit for funding our own levy?
So I guess the question would be, what does be given credit mean?
90 million plus interest.
90 million plus interest, I see. So the Foster City, the Measure P was a question of, do you support Measure P in order to reduce the vulnerability of Foster City, protect against flooding for city services, as I mentioned, and also to avoid the flood insurance, right? And the residents supported that, and presumably they're going to get that, right? The question of how Foster City is protected when residents choose to leave the city and go on Highway 101, or choose to flush a toilet, or choose to drink water, or choose to use electricity or natural gas. Those questions are ones that are not yet solved, right? And so the idea for the parcel tax is that we would help to solve those questions for the residents of Foster City as well as everybody else in the county.
So we're not protected because the communities around us are not protected. If the sea level rises, our levee is not going to protect us because the water's going to come around us and come right into Foster City.
In part, that's true.
But we're not asking anybody else to pay that tax for protecting Foster City. Yet we paid a full tax for us to protect us, and now we're being asked to pay additional tax to protect those around us, which I think is totally fair, because I totally agree that climate doesn't respect jurisdictional lines. I totally agree with that statement. But I think the county should. And so if we're not going to get any credit for funding our own levy, is there a method for Foster City to be paid back from collected taxes for expenses incurred by us that were fully incurred by us, which helps protect the shoreline in front of Foster City? But we've done our part. We can, if we're now going to be asked to pay for others to do their part as well, which I'm guessing that's what the tax is for, let me ask you this for a point of clarification. Would the collected parcel tax support the creation of levee improvement projects around us? Like in Redwood Shores?
They would support, they would support climate resilience countywide, absolutely.
Right, fair enough. We kind of led the charge, and now we're paying more than we already paid. And my humble request is that we find a way to make it right for Foster City.
Okay, as you can imagine, I'm not the decider.
Sure, no, but you're here with us today, and I'm not, this is not directed at you. I really appreciate you coming over and providing us with an update. And actually, everyone's been very transparent through CCAG, all the way through, I don't think this is anything that's been hidden from us or anything like that. So I don't want you to feel like I'm peppering you or anything like that. We're just having a dialogue in public.
Of course.
Right? So that would be my request.
Yeah. Well, I can say, I mean, I and Supervisor Pine will definitely take all of your comments back to the committee of One Shorelines Board that's working towards this, and nothing's been decided. So I think everything's on the table. I appreciate
I appreciate that, and I requested that same of our representative, Diane Pappen, in November of last year. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Gahani. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Supervisor Pine and Len, for your presentation. I mean, I'm going to echo Councilmember Gahani's comments to a certain extent, but I want to kind of bring a little bit historical perspective for those who did not know. And, Foster City has always been supportive of regional approaches for these major issues that happen around us, whether it's climate change, addressing climate change and resiliency on our shoreline and so forth. But we took the initiative on raising our levy not because we woke up one day and we said, let's do this project on our own. As you're well aware, FEMA really came in and exactly what they're doing with Redwood Shores. So we had no choice. And the city of Foster City and the residents of Foster City really showed the way of how they understand the need to address climate change and protect our community and protect our city and our city's assets, including their homes, to the extent of taxing themselves for $90 million. And that is no small feat, neither is a small amount. One of those council members, when the One Shoreline, which was under the San Mateo County Flood Resiliency Agency, was established, I was excited because this is really the way to approach these issues, is by regional approach rather than individual city doing it. However, I think when Supervisor Pine, if I remember correctly, came in and talked to us about the idea, the entire council at the time was concerned about the city of Foster City and most importantly, the taxpayers of Foster City that have to end up paying twice to protect our community. We made that clear, I believe at the time, that Foster City will not be paying twice. And I know you said you had some polling. People definitely want to see protection for access to the community. They want to see protection to wastewater treatment plants. They want to see protection to the highway and so forth. But I think the key point here is, my biggest concern really is, if we paid for our project fully by ourselves to the tune of $90 million, and now if and when a parcel tax comes to the ballot, and that money that's being collected gonna go to address Burlingame, Redwood Shores, or other communities, and our taxpayers gonna have to share with that payment, where is the share of our payment for our set $90 million? That's a big question. So I think that really needs to be addressed. I think we joined the district. I remember myself saying that, joining the district on the condition, and we agreed to pay the initial fees, the initial membership, on the condition that we will not be taxed twice. We will not be paying twice for protecting our community. So I hope you take that into consideration, because I could tell you, we know whatever the polling told you, again, the polling we all know depending on how the questions were asked. I'm telling you, I've heard from this community, nobody wants to pay twice to protect this community from sea level rise. So those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi, Vice Mayor Fruman, and then I'll come to Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to very briefly echo my colleagues, just so that the One Shoreline representatives and our County Board of Supervisors are aware that at least now for 3 ways, we're unified in our opinion that the residents of Foster City, being trailblazers in dealing with these issues, should not pay an extra price compared to others who have not yet started projects. We also have some residents in town that have paid parcel taxes for other regional efforts and don't feel that we have received our fair share of those parcel taxes. And some of that comes from being a smaller city within the region. With our partner, whether it's a smaller region partnership or in this case a countywide partnership. Again, agree with my colleagues that if money's being raised through parcel taxes to pay for sea level rise issues in other communities, equal proportionate numbers should be sent to Foster City, or maybe Foster City has a lower parcel tax rate, recognizing the fact that some of these projects, as has been stated, benefit the entire region. And we do have a part in that. But if we're going to be paying for seawalls in other cities, that money should also go to Foster City to pay for a portion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sullivan.
I first of all want to thank Supervisor Pine and your colleague for a concise presentation. I was given an opportunity at the Leadership Council to have more extensive opportunity to see the presentation. I've always said it was a regional issue 10 years ago, and I still believe that. FEMA, as you know, put the pressure on the people of the city of Foster City I thought that we should be working with Redwood Shores or Belmont, and that was some years ago. I agree with my colleagues completely. I think, first of all, it shouldn't have been just put on the burden of the residents in Foster City. I have a couple questions from your presentation that I think that maybe the public would like to know. First of all, I think the sea level rise that you're anticipating is for a longer period of time than the current way that we're putting our levee. Could you clarify for the public how many years the seawall is supposed to be in comparison? Foster Cities, this is a little bit lower than the barometer that you're going to be proposing. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. The objectives that we have are 6 feet above the current FEMA 100-year floodplain. And I'll leave it to the Foster City staff to characterize the level of protection of the Foster City project. But we are taking a longer view on sea level rise protection than what I understand is the design objectives here.
And I got a couple more questions. Could you, do you feel that the parcel tax is going to be enough to fund this whole endeavor? Because this endeavor is quite a big project. So, and if it's not going to be, what other alternatives do we have?
No, and I'm glad you asked that, because as I mentioned in the presentation, the potential parcel tax is not just for sea level. It's also for drought, for stormwater, it's for wildfire. So there are a lot of needs in this county. Arguably, drought is much more urgent an issue than sea level rise. And wildfire is an urgent issue every summer and fall, whether it's a fire local or it's the air quality of a fire farther away. So this is a measure that would address many issues, and not just sea walls and sea levees.
And looking at the map on this too, you might make a comment that this also is going to take into the airport and work with the airport too. Isn't that correct? That the One Shoreline is going to be trying to.
That's right. That's right. We've already talked with leadership at the airport, and they understand the value of working with their neighbors. If they don't, then they're essentially their project. This is another good question. The airport's project has shoreline protection on the bay side and shoreline protection across their entire length of Highway 101, which is a very long stretch if you think about from the very bottom of the airport to the top along Highway 101. They recognize they have to build that whole stretch if they don't connect into Millbrae on the south and South San Francisco on the north. And so that's their incentive to work with us, which they recognize, and they're on board with working with their partners. And that's important because SFO has property outside of what we think of as SFO. In Millbrae, they have property that we would need for our project, and in South San Francisco and San Bruno as well. So it's a real partnership. We're all in this together.
And just one more question. You talked about Redwood Shores and how Redwood Shores was put on notice. My concern for the city of Foster City is that our level that we are putting the levee is not quite as high as the standard that you're proposing in the Bay Area. And I applaud you to bring up the standard even higher, but I am also concerned for the voters in Foster City and the people that live here that we may be pushed into another add-on or another improvement to our wall, even though the plan does project that. I'm more concerned about that cost too.
Okay, and you know that could be a cost that would be borne by the parcel tax years from now.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. And so I appreciate my colleagues' questions and comments. And you know, as you can see, you know, we have a unified front on how we feel about this. But I think more importantly, I think it's important to highlight that Foster City has always been a great regional player. We have cooperated and we have worked hand in hand with our neighboring cities because, you know, that's what San Mateo County is known for. You know, our collaboration, our, you know, efforts to figure out solutions to really complex problems, you know, whether it's traffic, whether it's housing, whether it's sea level rise, right? So a couple of things. So I would request Interim Deputy City Manager Jen Fan to share the questions and requests in an organized manner. I know we have them documented and similar questions have been raised today. but if they can be shared with One Shoreline, again. So another aspect to mention is that this is not the first time we're asking these questions. So we raised these questions in 2019, as a couple of my colleagues who were present at the time have said. And subsequently, I've raised, when I got the chance to join CCAG meetings, I have raised them. And I understand that Councilmember Gahani, when he was mayor, he raised that, and he even tried to run for the position. So we've been trying to make our voices heard, right? So I wanted to highlight that. Another aspect I want to highlight is that in 2019, the city manager at the time had shared some conversations that they had with either the Board of Supervisors or One Shoreline, and we have had several transitions since then, and at every transition I have tried to remind our staff about some of the contributions from One Shoreline to some additional work that is needed in the 3rd Avenue. So that's not part of the levy project, but then I would not be able to do justice in describing that, but I wanted to go in the record today to mention that and request staff to dig into that. Because there were agreements at the time when we decided to be part of the district. There were conversations with the city manager at the time, and there were agreements that we would get support on that front because our levy bond was already in the works and our levy project was already in motion. So I would request staff to research that and bring that to the surface, because that was an agreement and was documented. Unfortunately, we have had transitions, so that has gotten lost in the mix. The third aspect that I would mention is that I heard about the polling and how our residents feel about it. Councilmember Hindi also mentioned that our community, well, we represent the community, and we understand that not just this parcel tax that is being talked about, we know our community's sentiment about other parcel taxes. So if a survey or a poll is cited, I would strongly suggest, if I get the support of my colleagues, to do a survey that we will raise awareness to our community, in our community, those who are not engaged. We already hear from several of them. So, I mean, I would be open to conducting our own survey on this particular item, and then that would be our voice too. So those are the things that I wanted to highlight. Again, you know, the bottom line is what benefits would Foster City be provided as a supporting partner. Constructively, like going forward, I think it would be very helpful to understand what should we be doing as a council, as a city staff, so we get a good representation in One Shoreline. You know, as I shared, we've already tried a few things, but if you have any suggestions and ideas on how we can represent Foster City better, I'm definitely open to that. So those are my comments, and I so appreciate you being here and at least listening to us, and I'm very optimistic that we'll hear something more, and we will have more engagement, and we will figure out a way to address this for our community's sake. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Thank you. I thought I'd just take the opportunity to add a couple more comments since I was been involved with this since the beginning. So when we were putting One Shoreline together, it was concurrent with the time that Foster City, of course, was going out and having to raise funds to build the levee. So the points that were made at the time were really threefold. One was that there was, you know, other work in Foster City that could potentially benefit in the hopefully relatively near term, that specifically being the Bay Winds area of Foster City. Then a second point was that, you know, this is an issue unlike any issue we deal with, because you have to really take an incredibly long-term view. I mean, you don't just do a project and you're done. We're going to have to deal with sea level rise for centuries. So there'll be other needs in Foster City beyond Bay Winds as the bay rises. It's, you know, beyond dispute that the bay is going to rise at least 3 feet, and future councils are going to have to grapple with it again. And then the third point that was made was the regional benefits, is that a working 101 is beneficial to Foster City. So those were the points put forward at the time as to why we would hope that Foster City would support the creation of the new district. And they remain the points that we would put forth and ask for the Foster City residents to support a potential parcel tax. Now, obviously, that's a difficult ask because there's this project that's just been gone to the voters, and we realize that. And we'll certainly think if there's, I don't know if there's any way to adjust the tax. My instinct is no. My instinct is if this goes to the goes to the county, that it will be uniform, and that it will fare. It needs a 2/3 vote, and Foster City would be the toughest community to obtain those votes for the reasons that you've outlined. But another point that I think is important to make is that the parcel tax is not going to let everyone off on all the other cities in terms of local funding. Many of these projects are going to require similar taxes of the type that Foster City put in place. The local monies will have to be generated to do projects. So, this is a relatively modest amount of money which we spent on fire, flooding, evacuation centers. It's not going to fully fund projects. It would be like seed money for projects, particularly for designing and planning. So it's a little bit, it's not going to be the answer to everyone's problems up and down the Bay Shore. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of round out the discussion with some of those points.
I appreciate that,
Okay.
Supervisor Pine. Thank you again so much. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Supervisor Fine. No, I appreciate the explanation, and clearly you're 100% correct, and I'm on board with you 100% as well, that it is not just about building the seawalls. It's so much more into the resiliency and so much more into protecting assets in the entire county, because at the end of the day, if something happens in the county, it will impact Foster City and it will impact the economy of Foster City. So I don't think any of my colleagues or myself have been arguing that point. I think what we have been arguing is the fact is if Foster City came in and put $90 million to build a seawall, Foster City should not be participating in financing other communities' seawalls. Now, if we get to other measures to protect the county, whether it's a highway, whether it is evacuation centers, whatever, all those other things, I personally understand that. But we have to distinguish between the parcel tax money going to finance or to support, financially support, because it will not support the entire project. We know that that's in the hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not going to happen from just a parcel tax. It's got to be federal money, and unfortunately we didn't get any. But I wouldn't be supportive of having part of that parcel tax money going to support an individual jurisdiction building their seawall protection, because we already paid ours and nobody came in and helped us. So I think we only asking for fairness, we're only asking for equity in what our taxpayers pay for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Councilmember Ghani, please.
And maybe just another alternative approach to that is if you're looking at generating seed money from this parcel tax, and maybe some of that seed money could come to Foster City. Right, so if it's one way of looking at it is that we wouldn't contribute towards the building of seawalls in other communities, but if there's a certain amount of money that's allocated for the building of, improvements of levee systems or seawalls, and it's just considered seed money, then Foster City should be on that list to get some of that, right? Because then it would be just as fair like everybody else. Everybody else would still be having to go out and passing their own Measure P and everything else to supplement whatever seed money they got from the county. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghani. Any other comments? Vice Mayor Fruman.
Yes, also along the lines of what Councilmember Ghani just mentioned is One Shoreline has to come up with some type of policy or practice to make things fair for each of the cities that are involved. If you're doing a project that's wholly within one community that really affects that community, like the seawall to some extent, if the idea is that you're paying 10% or you're paying amount, whatever that formula is, I agree with Councilmember Kahani that then Foster City ought to get that same type of formula applied to seawall project. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fruman. All right, thanks again, Supervisor Pine, and for your presentation, from being here. Next item, please.
Item 5, public. This is an opportunity for excuse me. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items not listed on the agenda. As a reminder, we are taking comments in a live meeting format. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment in person, please fill out a yellow speaker slip as soon as possible and hand it to me. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment via Zoom, please raise your hand during this time. We will take in-person public speakers first, followed those by Zoom. For anyone turning in speaker slips, please add your email so we can contact you if needed.
Thank you, Lena. Mr. Okamoto. Thank you for your patience and for your understanding.
Of course. Thank you, Mayor Aswati. Excuse me. I just want to give the council and staff a brief update on what the Sister City Association has been doing. Back in October of 2020, when the council approved the relationship with Inagi City in Japan, one of the things that you asked me to do would be to manage the relationship. So we formed the Foster City Sister City Association. And one of the things that we had, I guess, promised you was that there would be an educational exchange. That would be really the core of what this relationship was all about. Obviously, we have not been able to physically exchange with Japan, but I think we've done the next best thing, and I just want to report that to you. We created a quasi-pen pal relationship. Now, it's really not pen pal, it's more email pal. So what we've done is we worked with the school district over in Japan, and we created an application that the kids in Japan and here in Foster City would complete. Name, age, grade, and what is your interest? And then we collected them and we matched the two together. So far, Japan has 50 school children. We have 37. So we are still looking for more. But I think this is really a wonderful way for kids to learn about another country. So this is as good as we can get on the educational exchange. However, we have taken it one step further, and we have currently organizing a trip to Japan in October. People have said, well, you know, how could you do that if the government in Japan doesn't allow foreign visitors? Technically, we are not a tour group. We are an official delegation from Foster City to conduct business with the official delegation in Inagi City. So we have worked it out with the government of Japan that we are one of the 5,000 per day that will be allowed to go to Japan. So what we've done is we've created a very economical and very educational tour to Japan. So we urge the council, if they so desire, to join us. The people in Japan would love to see you and meet with you, as well as staff. And right now we have space for 30 people, and right now we have 25. So we are looking for more, but we have to do it by the end of the month so that our tour people can make reservations with the airlines and with the hotels. If we don't get 30, then it'll be down to 25, and the price will go up a little bit. But I just wanted to bring this information to you so that you know that we are doing something. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Okamoto.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rob, do we have any raised hands on Zoom?
No, Madam Mayor, there are no raised hands.
All right. Next item.
Item 6, City EMID Consent Calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council EMID Board of Directors and will be enacted by one motion unless removed by a member of the Council Board, staff, or public. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom.
Thank you. I do not have any paper slip here. Anyone on the Zoom, Rob, who wants to speak?
No, there are no raised hands.
Thank you. And I have not received any requests from my colleagues to pull any agenda item. Anyone has any comments or want to pull an item? I see none. Looking for a motion.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Gahani, second from Councilmember Sullivan.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Hindi,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman,
Yes.
Councilmember Gahani,
Yes.
and Mayor Wasti.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. All council members voting yes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 7, public hearings. A public hearing to hear and consider comments regarding proposed revisions to the City District Master Fees and Service Charges Schedule for fiscal year 2022-2023. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom. After the staff report is presented, we will call on you to speak.
Thank you, Elena. I am opening the public hearing, and the staff report is from Interim City Manager Suen and Ms. Kwan.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. As part of our regular budget process, we always look at and review our master fee schedule. We shared with the City Council the preliminary back on March 28th. Due to the current inflationary environment, staff had recommended a 4% across the board adjustment, subject to variations from specific departments. In this particular case, our Community Development Department, as well as our Parks and Rec Department, has some additional adjustments over and above the 4% general increase. From the Community Development Department, this is related to the general plan and the zoning fee. And then from the Parks and Rec Department, it's related to rentals that include the bocce courts, the volleyball courts, as well as the Leo J. Ryan Park Amphitheater rentals. As I stated earlier, this is really part of the cost recovery that the city actually does. This is a best practice within jurisdictions of the, most cities. So that we are seeking City Council's approval to approve this. The effective date would be the beginning of the fiscal year, which is July 1st, 2022. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Interim City Manager. I do not have any paper slips. Rob, anyone on the Zoom who wants to speak?
No, there are no raised hands.
All right, so I close the public hearing and I open it up for questions from my colleagues. I see none. Any comments from my colleagues? I see no comments. So I'm looking for a motion. So I believe we need to have two motions, right?
I think we can do it in one.
We can do one? Okay.
As long as you're clearly doing both.
Yeah.
The city and EMID.
I got you.
Go ahead, Councilmember
Okay?
Gahani.
All right.
Thank you.
So move to approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of Foster City and the Board of Directors of the Estero Municipal Improvement District amending the master fees and service charges schedule for fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Gahani, second from Councilmember Hindi. Roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Director Hindi,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Fruman,
Yes.
Gahani,
Yes.
and Mayor President Awasi.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. All council members, directors voting yes.
Thank you, everyone. Next item.
Item 8, reports. 8.1, Levee Protection Planning and Improvement Project, CIP 657 monthly update. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom. After the staff report is presented, we will call on you to speak.
Thank you, Elena. Staff report. Director Sun.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Louis Sun, Public Works Director. Staff prepared a short presentation to highlight the key major update items for the benefit of the public, and with the understanding that City Council already immersed with details from the staff report. And also assisting me tonight is, with the presentation is Laura Galley, Engineering Manager. The update is for March 2022. Next slide, please. Just want to show you some construction highlights. The top two photos is showing you flood wall 25, which runs along the base side of the trail under the bridge, San Mateo Bridge. As you can see, a lot of the concrete is already poured, so there's substantial progress already underneath the San Mateo Bridge. And the bottom picture, the bottom two, is showing you the flood wall 11. This is south of the bridge, and it wraps around the pier. And in the picture, you'll see the rebar and formwork, and that's in preparation for concrete pours. Next slide, please. Here, continue with work in Phase 3 area. If you look at the left top and bottom, is showing the retaining wall 2 excavation and also the alum block placement. This is near the Bay Winds Towers. In the middle of the picture is flood wall 4. This is also formwork, and at the far right, you can see this is in the north side of the bridge. It's just some compaction subgrade for the base side access path. Next slide, please. Now we're looking into Phase 2. This is along Beach Park Boulevard. The top and the bottom picture is showing irrigation installation and also street light foundation formwork. And the remaining pictures are the block wall installation and also the lightweight cellular concrete pours along the access points. Next slide, please. Just keep in mind the pictures that you're seeing. This is kind of a good leeway into something in the works, change order 23. This is something that will come up in the near City Council meeting. Staff will bring this to City Council. Change order 23 will basically, essentially, is the change in backfill limits in the material to facilitate the use of the controlled density fill, the CDF. There was a change in terms of using CDF of the originally designed lightweight cellular concrete mixture, and this is required for a mixture for higher dry density in the backfill behind the levee sheet piles and different wall sections. Again, a detailed staff report will be presented in the future City Council meeting to present change order 23. I just want to bring this to City Council's attention. And next slide, please. So this concludes our presentation, and staff is available for any questions. And before that, I also wanted to point out, right now, we're about 45.8% of days lapse in our contract, and the percentage of contract billed at this point is 65%. So comparing these metrics, we're still far ahead in terms of our project completion and also the schedule. So with that, staff is open for any questions.
Thank you, Director Sun. I will take public comments at this time. I don't have any paper slip. Rob, anyone on the Zoom?
No, there are no raised hands.
Thank you, Rob. Questions from my colleagues on the report? Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Sun, for the report. You mentioned change order 23 will be forthcoming to the council. Can you kind of give me an idea? What is the scope financially? Are we talking $1 million, $5 million, $100,000?
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. At this point, I think it's still being negotiated, but I will say that change order 23 will be somewhat higher than change order 20, which was around $400,000. So we're looking somewhere in between $800,000 to $400,000. It's still being negotiated at this point.
Okay, and obviously we will discuss it further when you bring it. This was determined by the engineering team, was by the designer, who's determining the need to change the material?
So again, staff will bring more details, but I believe at this point, this was discussed, during, it was already in construction, so our designer had, some evaluation into the material that was spec'd, and I'll bring more information at this point, but I think there was some change in terms of the original spec material, and also having to deal with some of the existing conditions that's out there in certain sections.
Fair enough, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Any other questions? I see none. Comments from anyone? I don't see any comments, so I'm looking for a motion to receive and accept the report.
I make a motion to receive and accept the Levee Protection and Planning Improvements Project CIP 327-657 monthly update.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Sullivan, second from Councilmember Hindi. Roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Hindi?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Fruman?
Yes.
Gahani?
Yes.
And Mayor Wasti?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Elena. Next item, please.
Item 9, ordinances for introduction. 9.1, an ordinance of the City of Foster City regarding Police Department acquisition and use of military equipment pursuant to Assembly Bill 481 and Government Code Section 7070, and approving the military equipment use policy. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom. After the staff report is presented, we will call on you to speak.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm here before you this evening to introduce the ordinance regarding the Police Department's military equipment as defined in AB 481, as well as the military equipment use policy. You all have in your packets the staff report, proposed ordinance, the military equipment use policy, and all governing laws. Tonight, I'm going to share a quick PowerPoint that touches briefly on what AB 481 is and what it requires. Jen? Oh, got it. So California Assembly Bill 481 sets forth a few requirements. The goal this evening is to satisfy those requirements. I'll let you do that. Through seeking council approval for continued use of military equipment as defined in AB 481. We'll provide an overview of the equipment FCPD currently owns and how they are or could be used. And finally, AB 481 also requires council approval for that equipment that may be deployed in our jurisdiction through collaborating with another law enforcement agency. As you know, Foster City Police Department is part of North Central Regional SWAT Team, also known as NCR. NCR is comprised of 7 different cities: Foster City, San Mateo, Burlingame, Hillsborough, San Bruno, South San Francisco, and Brisbane. AB 481 attempts to address and bring transparency to the funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment. It was signed into law on September 30th, 2021, and essentially it requires City Council to adopt a military equipment use policy by ordinance. It also requires an annual report that would outline a summary of how the equipment was used and the purpose, any complaints or concerns, results of any internal audits or violations of the policy and the action taken, total annual cost, quantity possessed, and any additional equipment sought. We did want to make it known that we are not and have never participated in the 1033 program, which involved procuring surplus military equipment, and we're not looking to acquire or purchase additional equipment this evening. The equipment that FCPD currently owns are AR-15 rifles, which are standard issued in our vehicles. There are SWAT AR-15 rifles that are used by our SWAT operators on deployments. And we have one SWAT operator that is a sniper on the NCR SWAT team, and he has a separate rifle. FCPD also owns 6 flashbang devices pictured here, and those are used by our SWAT team members. And then we own 12 40-millimeter launchers, which are a less lethal device that launches a sponge-nosed projectile. As far as NCR SWAT, you have an exhaustive list of equipment in your staff report, but we wanted to go quickly over what's in the report. It's 4 drones, 5 robots, an armored rescue vehicle, 2 command and control vehicles, a long-range acoustic device, basically a loud sound, chemical agents, which could include flashbang, smoke, vapor, specialized rifles, less lethal munitions, and explosive breaching apparatuses. Tonight I have with me Lieutenant Mark Lee, who's been a member of the NCR SWAT team for over 12 years and has been involved as a team leader, and he'll be able to answer any questions you have regarding NCR or the equipment involved. We have listed here as well on our website and in your staff report the avenues that public can make complaints or express concern through email, phone, or mail. And the Foster City Police Department respectfully asks the City Council to certify the continued use of the safety equipment outlined in this presentation. Each piece of equipment is crucial for the department's ability to maintain public safety. This concludes my report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief Avalar. I do not have any paper slips. Rob, any raised hands on Zoom?
Madam Mayor, there are no raised hands.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues? I see none. Oh, Councilmember Hindi, please.
Thank you, Chief, for your report. I read the report fully, and I see like item 10, those you listed the weapons that we have. I don't recall we ever had to use them in the city of Foster City, which is something wonderful, right? And I hope we never need to. And I think it's important to note, it's not a question, so now may I make a comment, or is it just questions at this point?
Please feel free to make comments.
Thank you. So it's important to note that our PD philosophy is community policing, really. It's not about suppressing anyone. It's not about having confrontation with anyone. It's more about being part of this community and having the ability to connect and work together with the community to solve issues and problems that might arise. So I appreciate that approach, and I think that is obviously the proper approach, especially in these different times that we live in, where policing is being criticized and being scrutinized in different communities. So I'm grateful for what our PD does and how it approaches our community. But I'm also aware that we cannot be unprepared, even though we have not used them. I remember vividly back in late 80s, I was living in Los Angeles, and I saw this armed robbery, bank robbery, on TV. It was really live on TV, and it's something unbelievable to me, and I will never forget it. It's more than a movie, where 2 armed robbers had this full body armor and high caliber machine guns, and basically shooting everything and everybody in their view. And the PD came in, LAPD, outgunned, if you would say, and these guys were just simply walking. So I hope we never have to use any of this equipment, but I understand the need to have that at our disposal if and when we encounter somebody like this. But, and I appreciate the policy that you had put in the report, but let me ask a question about the policy. That policy will come every year to the City Council with an opportunity to modify or change. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so that's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Any other comments? Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I want to first of all thank the chief and the staff for an extensive report there. It was really well done, and I'm going to echo Councilman Hindi's comments. And anything can change over time, but we're lucky to be in such a safe city And I appreciate your leadership on this and looking forward to continuing to approve this every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sullivan. I see no other comments. Just a clarification, this is in response, as you presented, Chief Avalor, this is in response to the bill.
Correct.
Essentially, it's not something that FCPD chose to bring that to the council. So thank you for, the bill was in September, so very promptly bringing this to kind of meet the requirements, if you will, and the reporting requirements, and that adds overhead, as I can imagine. So thank you for all your work, and thank you for keeping Foster City very safe. We all appreciate our FCPD. The most popular posts ever in social media are FCPD posts.
That's him right here.
I know, right? Yeah. So thank you. So with that, I'm looking for two motions, I believe. One is to introduce the ordinance, and the second is to pass the ordinance to second reading.
Sure. So I'll move to waive further reading of an ordinance of the City of Foster City regarding Police Department acquisition, use of military equipment pursuant to Assembly Bill 481 and Government Code Section 7070 et sec, and approving the military equipment use policy.
I'll second it.
Motion from Councilmember Gahani, seconded by Councilmember Sullivan. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hindi?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fruman?
Yes.
Councilmember Gahani?
Yes.
And Mayor Wasti?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. And the next motion is to pass the ordinance to second reading.
So I'll move to pass ordinance to second reading.
I'll second.
Motion from Councilmember Gahani, seconded by Councilmember Sullivan. Roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Hindi?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fruman?
Yes.
Councilmember Gahani?
Yes.
And Mayor Wasti?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 10, resolutions for adoption. 10.1, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Foster City approving issuance of a request for proposals for a climate action plan outreach services and CEQA review of the final draft of the climate action plan. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom. After the staff report is presented, we will call on you to speak.
Thank you, Elena, and I see Vanessa on the Zoom, so staff report, please.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Before you is a staff report and resolution authorizing staff to issue a request for proposals for Climate Action Plan outreach services and California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, review once the final draft of the Climate Action Plan is completed. Foster City's current Climate Action Plan was adopted by City Council in 2016 as part of a general plan update. The plan needs revising to reflect new state legislation, changing priorities, and current environmental sustainability and greenhouse gas reduction policies. At the end of 2021, the city contracted with consultants Integrated Design 360, which conducted a climate action plan assessment. The assessment evaluated the effectiveness of climate action compared to the technical performance targets outlined in the original climate action plan and current organizational strategy for climate action implementation in a comprehensive manner. A summary of findings and recommendations of the assessment is attached to the staff report. One of Integrated Design's 360's recommendation is to conduct stakeholder engagement in the development of the CAP, or the Climate Action Plan. Staff agrees with this recommendation that engaging the public and stakeholders who can help identify, prioritize, and implement GHG reduction and climate change adaptation strategies will create a more robust, community-oriented, and embraced climate action plan. The attached request for proposals seeks a consultant for the creation of a comprehensive whole community outreach plan, the development of outreach materials, the engagement with stakeholders to inform, engage, and involve the Foster City community in developing the Climate Action Plan, and the preparation of the related environmental review in conformance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Funding for Climate Action Plan outreach services and CEQA review is available in the Construction and Demolition Fund. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Vanessa. I do not have any paper slips. Anyone on the Zoom who wants to speak, Rob?
No, Madam Mayor, there are no raised hands.
Thank you, Rob. I'm looking for questions from my colleagues on the report. I don't see any questions from no one. So Vanessa, just Councilman, okay, please go ahead and then I'll ask. Okay, so Vanessa, just really quickly, the work that was done in 2021 by the consultant and the work that we will be proposing to do now, there is no overlap, just for community's benefit. I see the RFP, the way the work is outlined, there is no overlap because it's quite a big amount. We're estimating $90,000, right?
Well, that's the top end. That's what's available in the Construction Demolition Fund for Climate Action Plan. What we want to make sure is that we have the funds available. I do think the proposals that will come in will be far less than that, but I wanted to make sure that the funding was available.
Okay. And we haven't done, and this is, I'm just highlighting, we haven't done one since 2016, and there is a need to revisit this. But a question would be, for community's benefit, can you give like an idea of what type of community input you're seeking? So what is community outreach in this particular case would look like? There are so many components to this, right? So we're talking about sustainability and several other aspects. So can you give an example of like, what are we seeking from our community on this topic?
Well, part of the Climate Action Plan is it's really the technical piece of the community GHG reduction component of the Climate Action Plan. So really, when we're talking about the Climate Action Plan, there's a technical component, there's an outreach component, and we try to marry those two things in a robust plan. Part of the thing, though, with Climate Action Plans is they tend to be very technical documents that do not really meet community needs for implementation or for even understanding. Our goal is to create a climate action plan that is very community friendly, that the community embraces because they help build it. That's the big difference, I think, between the previous plan and what we're proposing now, is we want a very robust outreach component that hits all segments, especially underreached and underrepresented groups of Foster City. That, I think, is going to be the biggest difference, is that this type of climate action plan has a huge feedback component, so that when we put out GHG reduction measures, the community will recognize them. They won't be sort of these, sort of pie in the sky where people don't understand what they mean. They will have meaning to the community because they came from the community.
Thank you so much. So those are all my questions, and I'm opening for questions or comments. So I think Councilmember Hindi and then Councilmember Sullivan.
I don't have any questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I wanted to move, but.
Councilmember Sullivan.
You know, I have a comment, but I didn't know. Well,
Please,
is that all right? Okay, my comment, first of all, Vanessa and staff, that's an extensive report, a lot of reading. But I want to earmark the three things that were major in that report: the environmentally sustainability, the economic development sustainability, and the social equity and engagement. Those are just pivotal through this whole process. Thank you for the great outline.
Thank you. And so with that, I'm looking for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt the attached resolution authorizing staff to issue a request for proposal for a climate action plan, outreach services, and California Environmental Equality Act review of the final draft of this climate action plan.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Hindi, seconded by Councilmember Kahani. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hindi?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fruman?
Yes.
Councilmember Gahani,
Yes.
Mayor Awasthi.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, everyone. Next item.
Item 10.2, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Foster City providing direction regarding operational aspects of the workforce housing project and approving amended revenues and expenditures budget for the remainder of fiscal year 2021-2022 for the Workforce Housing Fund, Fund 139. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom. After the staff report is presented, we will call on you to speak.
Thank you, Elena. And I see Marlene on the Zoom. Staff report, please.
We actually have our consultant planner, Leslie Carmichael, who will be doing the presentation.
All right, Leslie.
Good evening. We are here to talk about the workforce housing apartments. And there are several actions that we're requesting from you tonight. To acknowledge that one of the HHAV, which stands for HIP Housing Affordable Ventures, employee will occupy one of the units, and I'll explain these later in the report. That for the remaining 7 workforce units, the rents be set at a low income level. That we align the application of preferences to add persons with mobility related disabilities as a first preference for the 2 accessible units. That we direct HHAV to advertise, hold a lottery, and establish a wait list for these 7 remaining units. Approve an amended budget for fiscal year 2021-22, and then direct how you would like the net income to be allocated. So those are the actions. And just as a recap, the 22 unit workforce housing project includes 14 what we'll say are traditional BMR units, very low, low, and moderate. And then 8 other units that we're calling the workforce units. And those units have restricted rents, but they do not have income restrictions. So the intent there was they could be used as recruitment and retention tools to enable disaster service workers, first responders, and so on to live in the city. The agreement does set the maximum rent at 130% of area median income, but you can set the rents to be less than that. And also as a recap, there are different preference categories that have been established for the 2 kinds of units. For the BMR units, you can see here it starts with income qualified employees of the city who are all considered disaster service workers, and then classroom teachers, then people who live and work in Foster City, then people who live, people who work, and so on. And then for the 8 workforce units, the first preference category is really first responders. So police, fire, or otherwise a first responder. And then the second category is employees and so on, just like the BMR units. So since you last discussed this item on March 7th, several things have happened. First, following your direction on March 7th, HHAV conducted additional outreach to the Foster City employees to see what their level of interest might be for these workforce housing units. And they did a survey, and really the response was that there was no additional city employee interest beyond those that had already applied for the BMR lottery. We did get one comment that that employee said the previous designated rent amounts, which were the moderate level, would be too high for them, but they would be interested in something at the low income rent level. Another thing since our last meeting is the police department withdrew their request to use one of the units. And although not something new, just a reminder here that state law requires that there be an on-site management representative in one of the units, and that will be an HHAV employee. And then also not new, but there are 2 units that are fully accessible as opposed to adaptable. So accessible means they are ready for someone in a wheelchair or with some other mobility impairment to live there. So we're recommending an adjustment in the preferences for that. And then again, just a reminder, the cost of having a vacant moderate rent unit is between $33,600 and $39,600 a year. So that's one of the things we're trying to avoid. So we're recommending that you set aside one of the 1-bedroom plus dens at a very low income rent for the HHAV employee. That employee does qualify income-wise for that level. And then that you set the workforce unit rents at low income levels, that you provide a preference for those 2 fully accessible units so that people with mobility related disabilities would be in the top tier for those. We're recommending some other adjustments in the rent, and then we would like your direction on the allocation of the net income. So here's a recap of the unit designations from March 7th here on the left side. This is what you approved on March 7th. There had before that been 5 moderate 1-bedrooms, and we recommended you reallocate them, which you did. So we're not recommending any changes to the BMR side of the project. But down here for the workforce units, you can see as of now, there are 8 of them, and here they are down here at the workforce level, which was previously priced at the moderate rents. And we're recommending reallocating them. So you've got one very low here for the HHAV employee, and then the others at low income rents. And that we are also recommending some adjustments in the rent amounts. And this applies both to the below market rate and the HHAV. And this is a result of HHAV now having gone through a lot of the screening of the applicants and realizing that for several reasons, the rents were just a little bit on the high side, given the incomes and given the I guess the competition is what it is, but the other below market rate units in the area, have additional amenities that this development does not have. And so those are needed recommendations to be a little more competitive. So you can see here, for instance, the existing very low income rent would be $1,654, and we're recommending $1,400. A similar drop in the low from $2,754 to $2,200. A little reduction in the workforce from $2,300 to $2,200. And then you can see the workforce 1-bedroom plus den rents here at $1,600 for the HHAV employee and $2,500 for the others. And then in the 2 bedrooms, a small reduction here in the very low from $1,842 to $1,800. A reduction in the low from $3,080 to $2,800. No change in the moderate at $3,300, and then the workforce, again, to set that rent at the low level of $2,800. So this does affect the projected net income. So with the mix that was approved on March 7th, there was a projected net income of $490,525. The reduction with the proposed changes in the rents brings the net income to $392,790, which is a reduction of $97,735. And then finally, we're looking for your direction on how to allocate the net income. These are the same options that were discussed on March 7th. We've just kind of tried to sort the pros and the cons here to make it a little easier to visualize. And then in the staff report, we have reiterated some of the potential uses of funds that would go into the Affordable Housing Fund. Later this week, we'll be talking about the housing element, and you'll know that there are a number of programs in there that do require some funding. So these are some examples of what those might be. And again, to summarize, we have a resolution with the recommended actions, and then would fill in what your direction is on how to allocate the net income. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And we also have Nori Jaba from HHAV here as well.
Thank you, Leslie. Great job. I will open for public comments. I do not have any paper slips. I'll ask Rob if you see anyone on the Zoom who wants to speak on this topic.
No, Madam Mayor, there are no raised hands.
All right. So I am opening it for my colleagues. Questions and comments, both are okay at this time. So any questions or comments? And then on one of the items, we do need to provide a direction on the usage of the funds. So Leslie, do you mind unsharing your screen so I can see?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I see Councilmember Ghani and Councilmember Sullivan. I'll go to Councilmember Ghani first.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Normally when we take out funds from a certain bucket, I like to replenish those funds, but looking at kind of what's ahead of us with the structural deficit, I think allowing for a little bit more flexibility at this time is kind of what resonated with me. So I would recommend allocating the net income into the general fund at this time to maximize flexibility for how funds can be used. But the rest of it was pretty straightforward, and I didn't have any other comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghani. Councilmember Sullivan.
A comment. Thank you, Leslie and staff, for really listening to this council. In the last meeting, we had a really good discussion on that. I had just one question on the disabilities. I'm assuming all units are pet-friendly. Is that a possibility? Especially when we deal with people with disabilities, some people may have a guide dog or something like that. So I'm assuming that is advertised.
Service animals are exempt from those things, and we actually are still in discussion about what the policy will be on pets other than service animals.
Okay, yeah, you've got to be careful of that as a professional in real estate. It's real important to make sure that people are not overlooked, especially if they have a legitimate guide dog or pet for comfort or whatever. So I don't want you to overlook that too. I am also very happy with the recommendation of bringing the rents down, because it is a business here. We want a rate of return for the city, but we most of all want to serve the residents that need housing. So my hat's off to you. I appreciate what you've done.
Thank you, Councilmember Sullivan. Would you like to share your thoughts, Councilmember Sullivan, on how to use the funds?
My thoughts are along the same line as Councilman Ghani on that.
Okay. To general fund. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Leslie, thank you for your report, and thank you for doing the additional outreach to city employees, because that was important for me to understand if there's any interest. With seeing none or not much difference, I am in agreement with the staff recommendation. With regards to the funds, I think it is very critical that when we say something, we do it. When we say we're borrowing money from the Capital Asset Acquisition Fund for a purpose of purchasing this 22 units, we said that we will repay that money back. Understanding what my colleagues are saying about structural deficit and the need probably to find ways to bring more revenue to the general fund, I am in total agreement, but I don't think this is the place where it should come from. That money should be paid back to where it was borrowed from. I think that would be the way to go. Again, they were put a framework when that fund was established. What would that money be used for? And we use it for the right purpose, which is capital asset and acquisition fund. When we approved borrowing from that fund, we also said we're gonna pay it back, and we also looked at the schedule, how we're gonna be paying it back. So if we are looking at structural deficit, we need to figure out how we bring those revenues, but not to come in, bring from a fund that was designated for something else and just repurpose it. And with all due respect, I don't think the $500,000 roughly that's gonna be generated in revenue is gonna solve our structural deficit. So for me, I think it's critical to stay the course and to do what we had agreed upon and to remain in the spirit of that fund, what those monies are for. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Leslie, do you mind bringing that slide up again, which showed pros and cons of each option, please?
Sure.
And then I will go to Councilmember Fruman. So just as a reminder for everyone, right? So we look at pros and cons for each category. You know, general fund provides most flexibility, but it takes away from reliable source for affordable housing. And as was in the presentation, we have expenses coming up in this area as part of our housing element, so something to keep in mind. And then affordable housing fund, it is very self-explanatory as written here. And capital asset acquisition fund, which Councilmember Hindi alluded to, it repays what we took out from. And it would take a very long time for us to be able to get to the amount that we took out. So just as a reminder. So Councilmember Fruman, what are your thoughts on this aspect? Just overall and specifically from this.
I just have one really quick question for Leslie regarding the reduction in rents. We had, as I recall in our last report, we had several applications for the units that we had available in this development. When people applied for these units, were they aware what the rents were? Not what the rents are recommended now, but what the rents were at the time that they applied?
Nori can answer that. I believe they were part of the advertising.
Yes, happy to answer that. Nori Java with HHAV. Yes, the rents were advertised. However, the applications, a lot of people that applied couldn't afford that rent, but applied anyway. So one of the reasons for reducing the rents is to enable those who have applied to actually be able to afford the rent for the category that their income falls. So if you have somebody in the low income range, with the way we had the rents, they would have to be at the upper end of that low income range. And so we would have to deny them even if they were in that low income range, but didn't meet that minimum rent. So that is the reason why we reduced the rents.
Thank you, Nori, appreciate that. As it relates to where the money goes back to, though I understand and recognize the fact that we're trying to deal with finding revenue, I would agree with Councilmember Hindi that this is not the way to get that revenue. All the funds that are derived from this project are through and from affordable housing. I'm supportive of one of the things we talked about at the last meeting, which was 50% going back to the capital asset fund to start to repay that, and half of it going to the affordable housing fund based on staff's recommendation for those funds to support the projects that are going to come to us on Thursday.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think we need to achieve a middle ground here, like build consensus. So I am actually open to, very flexible on this one. I do see Councilmember Hindy's and Vice Mayor Fruman's point on keeping it straightforward. So we took the money from Capital Asset Acquisition Replacement Fund, so we need to put it back there. Affordable Housing Fund, the downside is that it takes away the flexibility, but we know that as staff recommended, in the presentation mentioned that we do have expenses coming up. So I am supportive of Vice Mayor's recommendation if we can build a consensus on that. Councilmember Hindi.
So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the fact that the Affordable Housing Fund, we're going to be needing some money in the Affordable Housing Fund. But let me ask staff a question. We are looking, and we do have impact funds, and we are working on impact funds. Would that provide money for the Affordable Housing Fund?
I take that question. The commercial linkage fee funds, yes, those funds would go into the affordable housing programs. The development impact fee, which would be coming to council in the near future, most of that would go into funding for capital improvement projects.
Not affordable housing.
Correct. There might be a component or portion of it. I haven't, but the commercial linkage fee is the most reliable source of funding for the affordable housing programs.
Okay. So based on your analysis, Marlene, or if you have that analysis, how critical is it to have some of the revenue coming in from this project or this 22 units to go to affordable? And basically what I'm asking is, if you don't have that money coming in, 250,000, if my colleague's proposing half of the revenue, I'm gonna call it roughly 250, how would that be detrimental to what Affordable Housing Fund would be needing in the years, or you think you could still function?
We have some balance in our housing funds through the linkage fee. We are anticipating some additional funds, especially from 388 Vintage Park Drive. That's a project we know is going to move forward for sure. So we will have some funds. At the end of the day, $250,000 from this fund, does that make a big dent for affordable housing programs? Not much. We've been through the Foster's Landing situation, and we've seen the amount of funding required. But at the same time, it is the linkage fee funds, again, depending on projects, how they come through. There may or may not always be the guarantee that we'll continue to have a source of income for those funds. With this, we will be able to have that continuous and reliable source. At some point, it will build up, and there's a lot of programs in the housing element which are not very revenue intensive, so that we could certainly use the funds. But to answer your question, is it critical or not? Based on the fund balance we have right now, not so critical, but depending on how things go with development projects, it may become critical. So sorry, I don't have a very straightforward answer for your question.
No, that was...
If I could piggyback on Marlene's response too, there are some state funds available that are matching grants. And so, one of the best uses of the housing fund monies will be as matching grants to multiply what you can do with those funds. So for instance, there's one out there now, Local Housing Trust Fund, and it includes, one of the allowed programs is ADU subsidies or ADU, incentives. And, if you could get matching funds, you can double your ability to do things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so where are we leaning on this? So are we saying 100%? So are you in agreement, or Councilmember Ghahani or Councilmember Sullivan? Councilmember Hindi, please.
I mean, I think if we have a need and we have a problem, we should be looking at it and addressing it and finding all the other sources that we have available. I think if we choose this, we like, okay, this is an easy one, we already have the money, let's move it from here, put it here, which is great. I mean, I'm not against putting the money in the Affordable Housing Fund, but I think it really deserves its own discussion. If you need to augment that fund, is what are the other sources other than the capital asset acquisition? Because in essence, you're taking that money from the capital asset acquisition replacement fund. There's no other way to explain it. If that's the case, then I have a problem with it. Now, if we look at other ways to do that, and we have no other way, and that's the only option, then I'm willing to entertain it. But without exploring the other places that we might put money into, the Affordable Housing Fund, I found it difficult, again, for the same reason that I had mentioned earlier. We said we're gonna pay the money back. I would rather pay the money back.
Pay the money back, so keep it straightforward, okay.
Yes, we will, in the sense if we do it 50-50, but it's gonna take twice as long, which is a very long time. So yes, theoretically, we are paying it back. I just love to stay in the spirit of what that fund was established for. So that's where my concern is.
So, yeah, I understand that. So, Councilmember Ghani, what are your thoughts?
No, I appreciate Councilmember Hindy's position, because I was kind of looking at it as we acquired an asset, and so the funds were used appropriately. Do we need to replenish it back when you've used those funds for acquiring an appropriate asset? But in hearing him speak about it, I'm willing to change my mind, with regards to if that's what the purpose of it was, and if the accurate representation, which I didn't recall, but I trust that he remembers it correctly, was that, hey, we made a decision and we said that we're going to use these funds and we're going to replenish this fund with the profits from renting these 22 units out. I'm willing to change my position to that.
So you're 100%
we should stick to what we did, what we said we were going to do.
So I can support that too if Vice Mayor Fruman and Councilmember Sullivan would be supportive of 100% to capital asset.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment, and I'm assuming this is a policy on a yearly basis, so we can revisit this in the next year, or is this going to be a policy that we permanently put in place? I mean, is there flexibility of relooking at it in a year?
So this is the,
in regards to?
well, I'll let staff answer, but this is the decision.
I mean, I don't mean to make it complex, but I mean, I think the rate of return to repay this thing back is 18 years. That's quite a long time. So even with 100%. So as a business person, I want to leverage the best money for the citizens of Foster City. So I see that as an obstacle. I would be willing to compromise on that issue. But at this point, that's where I stand.
If the consensus of the council is to use or direct 100% of the revenues to the capital asset acquisition fund, we don't intend to come back on a yearly basis, because this would take a really long time to repay the fund.
Thank you. Thank you, Marlene. Yeah, Councilmember Ghani.
But I think the way the fund's set up, that if you ever had 4 votes, you could change that.
Yeah.
You could take money out. It's just a more restrictive fund.
Sure.
Right.
And so part of the reason I was leaning towards putting in the general fund is because the least restrictive for us to use. But again, I understand, I appreciate Councilmember Hindy's position on it, so
Thank you.
I'm willing to go back.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghani. Vice Mayor Fruman, would you be supportive of 100%? It's only 50% less than what you were asking.
That's an interesting way to put it. I understand what Councilmember Hindy has stated, and this came up at the last meeting as well. It changes from 18 years to twice that to pay it back, but it is getting paid back. We do have other places. We are going to need to put money in this affordable housing fund. So either we could use half of this money that is coming from affordable housing, so it is appropriate, or we go further into deficit spending to do it. I would much rather use half and half and try to minimize the deficit spending, knowing that we're going to need some funds for affordable housing programs.
Right. So Thank you, Vice Mayor Fruman. I appreciate your comments. And it looks like the consensus of the council is to go for 100% capital asset acquisition replacement fund. So that is the direction I would provide to the staff. So Marlene, with that, I think we would need to make motions.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm happy to.
Madam Mayor, go ahead.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor, sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to recommend approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Foster City providing direction regarding operational aspects of the workforce housing project and approving amended revenues and expenditures budget for the remainder of the fiscal year 21-22 for the Workforce Housing Fund, and direct staff to put all net proceeds from this project back into the Capital Asset Acquisition Fund.
Second.
Motion from Vice Mayor Fruman, seconded by Councilmember Hindi. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hindi?
Yes.
Sullivan?
No.
Vice Mayor Fruman?
Yes.
Councilmember Gahani?
Yes.
And Mayor Wasni?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Sullivan voting no.
May I make a comment?
Yes, please, Councilmember Hindi.
Well, Mayor, thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Gahani and Vice Mayor Fruman, and also Councilmember Sullivan. I think this is an example that we had where, and especially I appreciate Councilmember Gahani for changing his position. I think that's the spirit of having these debates and these discussions is we come in with an idea of where we want to go, but then having the willingness to have an open mind and listening to others, have the ability to change, after hearing the different arguments and different reasoning behind different positions. So I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that I appreciate all of you for being able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi, for those comments. Thanks, everyone, and we are moving to the next item, communications.
Item 11, communications. 11.1, city district warrants of demand were processed and issued on March 31st, 2022, April 5th, 2022, and ACH were processed on April 5th, 2022. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom. After the staff report is presented, we will call on you to speak. This is an information item only, no action required.
Thank you, Elena. I do not have any paper slips. Rob, anyone on the Zoom who wants to speak on this topic?
No, there are no raised hands.
Thank you. This is information item only. Are there any comments, questions for staff? I see none. Thank you. With that, we move to our next item.
Item 12, city district manager reports, council board statements and requests, and council liaison reports.
I'll go to interim city manager Suan. Your first meeting, and it's record breaking. So.
Oh yes, thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. Two announcements. We have a joint City Council meeting along. Well, actually, two dates. Basically, April 21st and May 17th. This is the joint City Council and Planning Commission meeting. And it's a very important topic. It's providing input on the housing elements, preliminary reviews, preliminary public review of the drafts. So that's something that I think the community is interested in. Certainly, I want to make sure that they're aware of that. The second item is upcoming this Saturday, and that's actually the community cleanup. That's scheduled, and it's 11 to 12 noon, and members of the community are encouraged to participate. There are 12 sites for doing this, so do look at our city website and sign up and participate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, and congratulations, Edmund, on your first meeting here as interim city manager. Great job. My comments are real brief. I attended the Park and Rec Committee meeting on April 5th and was very spirited talking about the rec center. And we also had the honored geese expert that came and gave a presentation that was well received too. That's the end of my reports. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Sullivan. Councilmember Kahani?
Thank you. Happy Easter Monday. And congrats on your first meeting as interim city manager, Edmund. On April 12th, Mayor Awasthi and I met with staff for the Communications and Public Engagement Subcommittee meeting and provided guidance on enhancing engagement with our community. I was scheduled to attend the San Mateo Foster City Public Financing Authority meeting on April 14th at 6 p.m. I'd like to publicly apologize for missing that meeting. That won't happen again. That's my report.
Councilmember Hindi?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not have anything to report as far as meetings, but want to wish a belated happy Easter for everybody who celebrated, and I hope you had quite a good time with your family. Also, a happy Passover for those who celebrate Passover and our Jewish brothers and sisters. This year is pretty unique. You have the Muslims, the Jews, and the Christians celebrating in the same week. It doesn't happen that often. So hopefully that is something that could bring peace and prosperity to all, and health as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Vice Mayor Fruman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I wanted to thank staff for being well prepared and well presented staff reports, both from staff as well as from our interim city manager. I do want to make one really quick comment regarding our presentation this evening from One Shoreline. When I think of One Shoreline, and I would have to go back and look at their mission statement, but it certainly seems as though adding mitigation of fire and other natural disasters helps to broaden their reach to get the votes they need for this parcel tax. That is something I'm going to look into to see if what their initial charge really was. Originally, it was around the flood zones and things like that. So that concerns me a little bit. As for meetings, on April 6th, I attended the Youth Advisory Committee meeting. They're planning a spaghetti feed. There's information out on that fundraiser on the city's website. It's on April 28th between 5:30 and 7:30. Tickets can be purchased online for $6. They'll be doing either drive-through or you can picnic in the park, and they'll have some musical entertainment during a portion of that time frame. They're also conducting a book drive for gently used paperback books that will be collected at the Recreation Center. Those books will be sent on to our military who are deployed. And they will also be participating in the Falcon Fest event at Foster City School on May 14th. On April 14th, I attended the City and County Association of Governments meeting on behalf of our mayor. One of the main things that was discussed there was the One Bay Area Grant Cycle 3 program and the process for CCAG, as well as changes to how the Metropolitan Transportation Commission must handle these grant awards. So I encourage our staff to stay on top of that. It's a very quick process this time. And I have a feeling it's going to be a lot more competitive than it has been in the past, the way that they have to do that. So look at the guidelines very carefully, try to hit as many of those hot topics and hot buttons as we can to get our projects on the top of the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for attending CCAG meeting. I had a conflict on my behalf. I appreciate that. So, Councilmember Kahani already covered Communications and Public Engagement Subcommittee. A couple of things that we suggested to staff to kind of tailor communications around include like getting more visibility for the levee project that we are leading. And we had a lot of discussion on One Shoreline on that one. Economic development, obviously, and then there was an idea on how we can, via mayoral minute, bring in some discussion on schools via guest speaker. So Austin and the team, they do a phenomenal job and very strategic and very creative. So they will continue that. And just a heads up for my colleagues, we will soon have you all in mayoral minutes, the guest speakers, not unlike how Councilmember Kahani had done last year. So scheduling more meetings and more of those videos coming up, but those should be fun. I attended the Fire Board JPA. One of the topics on the agenda was fiscal year 2021 budget update, where we approved a supplemental budget appropriation of $0.4 million of available fund balance in the general fund. And we provided feedback on fiscal year 2022 to 2024 business plan. The increase in expenses is the result of cost escalations that every agency and every board is seeing throughout. So that was very justified, if I may say that. With regards to Earth Day and sustainability, so we're excited that we've moved forward climate action plan, the next step to that, like issuing an RFP. So that is on track, so we're excited about that. And one of the things I would highlight is that this month we joined the National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. As part of the event, mayors in over 1,000 cities across America are challenging their communities to become more water conscious. So cities that pledge to conserve the most water will have an opportunity to win thousands of dollars in eco-friendly prizes. I encourage the community to participate. It's by visiting mywaterpledge.com and take the pledge. I think I also see Mountain View doing the same. So several cities are making an effort to conserve water. So I think it's a worthwhile effort. April 23rd, I believe Interim City Manager Suen also mentioned that we will be celebrating Earth Day and cleaning up our community. Volunteers are needed. So I encourage everyone to sign up. And on April 23rd, County of San Mateo is hosting a household hazardous waste drop-off event in Foster City. So, if we are doing spring cleaning and we need to get rid of, several items, they can sign up for the event, and it requires appointment. So that is another great event. And then I'm sure everyone is taking advantage of the public transit. Caltrain had 50% off on all their fares. So just a plug for that. Great meeting, Edmund. So we had yet another transition. So with Kevin passing on the baton to you, thank you for stepping up. I think it is little bit over a quarter since this year started, since I took on the role, and I think we have made significant progress on several projects. I mean, wastewater treatment plan is going smoothly, and so is levee improvement project. And most recently, we moved our plan to rebuild the rec center, but the work that we are doing is beyond the capital improvement projects. We have made key progress on policy initiatives, such as increasing the local minimum wage. We provided direction to the staff on that, updating Foster City's housing element, and moving forward with environmental sustainability programs. They will assure the health of our parks and waterways for generations to come. We made, I will say it again, climate action plan. We moved forward today. And most importantly, we have created such a great culture, and I think we moved one step forward in that culture today. The way we achieved consensus, the way we had the dialogue, and the way we were open to even changing our positions. So that's really great for our city. So I just wanted to highlight that. I think those are my comments. So thanks for listening, everyone. We will move to the next item.
Item 13, closed session. 13.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, one potential case. And 13.2, report out from closed session. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom.
Thank you, Lena. I do not have any paper slips. Any comments on anyone on the Zoom who wants to speak? Rob?
No, there are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. So we will be coming back and reporting out from the closed session. So we are recessing into the closed session right now. Thanks, everyone.
Recording stopped.
you.